Hello. No, it's not vodka, it's water. It's not vodka. Vodka drinking does not seem very compatible with Weissman's scoring. Oh, I kind of want a nap after all that bacon today, guys. Have you ever had smoky tea? I've had Vietnamese smoky tea once, and it was really delicious. Very delicious. Okay. Let's just make sure we didn't break nothing here. Starting small. Starting small. Now, still working. It's good for us. What are some resources I recommend for learning compilers? The book that I'm going to write that probably won't be out for a couple of years. That's a good resource. We might do a stream later today where I start putting in my notes on the book. And then you could get a preview. Okay. Have I ever written a book? I had an idea for more notes for the book. Okay. When did I make gains last night? Hell, if I remember, we've done so much since last night. Okay. So, clearly I have some complexity here. I want to mess around with when do we cue a lambda body? And there's already something I was unhappy about at some point in the past involving cueing lambda bodies. So the question is, what was it that I was unhappy about? Lambda body cueing. We need to add to types we need size to build, but the body may not be cued yet. Types we need sized to build. Oh, this really means, it doesn't mean we need this sized. It means this needs to be done. If we, right, yes, okay. This is actually fine for what we want to do. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. So we're just doing this. Uh-oh. All right. So, whoops, I didn't need a semicolon there. So that's fine. Okay. So, Well, okay. Program export. Where do we add to that? Program export, because if we're exporting things from the program, we need to compile them. That seems obvious. Down there. Consider program export. That's on the declaration. Okay. So we do that. Or equals dang it. Screw it. All right. Okay, I need a flag here. 102.04.124.8.124.8.12. Lambda is referenced for BAMO. Okay. How would I decide whether to give up a high-paying FANG job to work on a game? That's not even a decision. Of course I would quit that job. What are you talking about? And what should you do to catch up? Practice programming. I don't know what else to say from that. I mean, what are your priorities in life? What are you trying to do in life? Let's start there. Okay. Not surprising that this crashes. Oh, because run directives, okay. Also, we need the preload. Where do we mark it? Finish preload. Actually. So when we make lambda, do we always make a constants block? Yes. Okay. Okay. So lambda constants block body or enclosing scope if parent is equal to this is parent. If parent is equal to interp preload scope or parent is equal to interp runtime support scope, should Q is true. Otherwise, lambda is for run directive. Destroy all monsters. Do I know the 1001 Spikes devs? I do not. I met the dude one time at a conference, but I don't really know him. I don't really know anything about that situation. If you learn anything about it, I would be interested to know. All right. Okay, no surprise. No surprise. Let's go to a very simple program. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is saying, hey, I don't want to compile most of these procedures. And so we're not compiling most of these procedures. And as a result, the program is not compiling. The goal is to make the program compile now. So when we get, for example, a known lambda, yeah, let's do that. Why am I not finding this? Dude, I don't remember any of my procedure names. Okay, sort arguments is one of them. Okay, good. Resolve potential overloads. Good, so we do that. If we have a final constant lambda, okay. Good. Okay, so yeah, I guess so. Oh. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. So we're getting a procedure that is not inferred. I guess it's maybe a polymorph result. Something like that. Let's find out. I might need to take a nap eventually, but we're at least going to get the preliminaries out of the way here. Lambda, enum highest value, that is polymorphic. So, okay. We're going to go. Wait, what? What? I don't get it. Okay, so that means... Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're being overzealous. If it's compile time. Actually, no. Let's not do that one. Let's not do that one. Okay, LLVM is complaining. That, oh, that's actually pretty good. Considering. Let's see. So we're missing somebody. Oh, well, of course, we never do main. Oh, we also are not, lambda. Why didn't that? The body's queued. I don't get it. Are there any scenarios where a bunch of versions of a polymorphic function would be generated but not used, and it would be worth it to find and omit these functions? Okay, so polymorphic functions are generated based on type checking kind of things. So say you have some function that's like, f of 7, and the 7 triggers a polymorphism on integer for f, right? That could do that. And then what if that's inside a block of code that, due to runtime analysis, or due to like data flow analysis during compilation, you determine that that block can't ever run because it's inside an if statement that you know is going to evaluate to false. That happens sometimes. So that function can't ever get run. The system that I'm doing right now would not ever eliminate that function. But I think that's fine, because that almost never happens. And usually if it does happen, somebody else would be using that polymorph, and etc. We'll see though. Like the main thing that we're doing right now is just making sure, like if you use libraries, like, if you use a library, probably a lot of the code in that library is not code that you intend to use because it's for other people's use cases or whatever. And so what we want to do is prevent those from slowing down compile speed too much and bloating the executable and all that. Why am I not using any autocompletion whatsoever? Because autocompletion is kind of terrible. Yeah, I'm not flagging main yet, but we haven't even gotten far enough for that to be a problem. This is like something in preload. We also haven't flagged things that are used assigned to variables ever. So that's that is also a problem. But I don't understand what is going on with this. Oh God, guys, I didn't pour my tea, so it's nuclear right now. Thing is, I kind of want to take a nap, but it's too late for a nap. I think I make some less nuclear tea and just go to bed a little earlier tonight. Anyone else have trouble working out when to stop learning stuff and start applying it? I never really had that problem because I always learned things by looking for what would help me do the thing that I wanted to do. So if you know what you want to do, then you can have an enthusiasm for things that'll help you with that, and that'll naturally drive the process. I never answered Facebook job quitting guy. I guess maybe I didn't see his reply go by. Maybe he didn't make one. Don't I find that things I learn influence what I want to do, though? Maybe, but I already have things I want to do. Like, if I have things that I want to do, why would I spend years not doing them? Okay. I gotta pour out my nuclear tea and make non-nuclear tea. Back in a minute. Oh yeah, we got sun chips. Make money first and then satiate your soul is what everybody says, and most people don't do it. So most people find that once they've taught themselves, like, making the money is not that easy. So once you get good at doing that, you've turned yourself into someone who's good at doing that, as opposed to the other thing. You got to find a middle ground at least. I mean, maybe, but that middle ground is not where most people think it is. Like, you can buy a used laptop and move to Alabama, and your burn rate is really low. How much of a job do you really need at that point? You could do very occasional contract programming for like 3 weeks a year and live off that. The thing that you come to realize very clearly when you get to be my age is that time is really valuable. And this time when you're young, when you're in high school or college, is a time of great opportunity that can be leveraged hugely, and most people don't. Right? If you're in the UK, wouldn't that be like move to Wales or something? I don't know. I don't know if about the UK. Where does Jeff Minter live? Basingstoke, right? Move to Basingstoke. Does Jeff Minter still do his Periscope streams every day in the morning where he feeds all the animals? I followed him on Twitter for a few days so I could watch those, but I don't like feeding oxes that much that I want to see that every day, you know. Yeah, the family thing is a factor. This is the thing you have to realize too. When you're young, you don't have a family yet. Not everyone ends up doing a family, especially these days, but a lot of people do. So time is especially valuable before you take on those commitments, right? You have fewer restrictions than you would otherwise have. You feel like most of the big gains have run out? No, we're working on a very big gain right now. Very big, potentially. Any estimate of how many functions could get omitted? I don't really know. Part of this is that's a number that would go up as the language gets more popular, right? Like right now, a lot of the modules that we have that supply various functionality are kind of minimal. Like if you add more and more functions to your string library or something, then it's more likely that people who use it are going to use a smaller subset of what's there. So okay, what is going on here? We got queued twice somehow. That's what happened. Yes, this stream is sponsored by Sun Chips. Sun Chips, just as the sun provides the energy that all of the plants on the earth need in order to uptake the brawndo from the ground with their mighty roots, so the rays from the Sun Chips go into my brain and fuel the ideas. For example, I didn't realize this thing had been cued twice until the Sun Chips entered my brain. See, what, you eat them or you smell them and they go up your nose and in. Okay. All right. Now, let's figure this out. Why is this here? Where does this come from? Bodies, headers, output cues. Okay. This is not really any of those things. So this means it's in output cues twice. But I thought we assert. I don't get it. Let's just find out. Hopefully we're running with no jobs. So firstly, does it get here more than once? One time. 2 times. Okay. It does get there 2 times. Let's look at the second time. It's not polymorphic. It's not one of those. Body. Body cued should be true. Yes, so we return. So no big deal. This is the very first lambda. Or, I mean, that's a little bit fishy, but okay. So this should be the same guy. It's not, though. Okay, well. So it was 88033. Hold on. I don't get it. How is the offset within text section being 0? When does that happen? Like the next one is -1 and then 224. Okay. It's starting 0 for some reason. What? It's bringing out the big guns. All right. Okay. Okay, so there is only one of those. That's good, I guess. I'm just waiting to see. Yeah. Okay. So, how and why does this become 0? Make lambda. Lambda offset within text section. -1, that's what we wanted it to be. Good. Ampersand. Breakpoints. New. Data breakpoint. OX2F03D30. Bam. Continue. It's an intrinsic. Guess what? That's another reason why I shouldn't have queued it, the body. If only I had noticed that, I would have saved myself some time. All right. If it's an intrinsic, we do not do this, bro. See, that's what that is a silly thing where very easy to fix, very easy to understand what the problem is. It took like 30 minutes to fix because I had to figure out what was going on, right? Now, to be fair, 10 minutes of that 30 minutes was eating sun chips, but still, that's just getting killed by debugging, right? You don't want, you want to know what the problem is and just go. Okay, so this is probably, there's a procedure in the data segment, and we're trying to write a pointer to it. And we cannot because it is not compiled. But that is fine because we haven't done that yet. Let's put this somewhere. Let's put it in, I don't know, general.h. I don't know. Okay, so in global data, we have a procedure area. No, that's a totally different. Remote pointer patch. Oh, that's not. If it's a lambda, here we go. Copy to global data the lambda. Lambda is referenced. Hopefully I can pass null for outer. Yeah, pretty sure that's fine. Okay. See, that one, that at least makes sense to me what the problem is. Now we've got a different one. It's not in the data segment, but it's let's just see. Somebody is trying to refer to a pointer to a procedure that we haven't compiled somehow. Okay. Apply symbol patches. Line 2. Oh, it's the main program. Remember when I said we didn't do that? Yeah, we didn't do that. So this is the tricky thing. The way that we mark the entry point right now is we do it at the end, and we need to do it at the beginning. Okay. We're getting pretty close to a basic routine. Okay. That's actually really interesting. That gives us a new way to do some stuff. Actually, we already had that way. It just makes me think of it more clearly. Okay. So, we mark the entry point right now. And the problem is we do it too late right now. We do it, or maybe we don't. Yeah, no, this is too late. Except this part, system entry point, because it's in runtime support, is actually okay. That's actually fine. The one that is not fine is user entry point. Which also gets set here. Which is way too late. So we will take that out and we will put it instead. You know what? We'll just put it in the Lambda header and we'll put a speed note on it. We just want this working at first. Okay. Okay. So we're going to say okay. Entry point name. Where's that? Okay. Okay. Now, Doodle-doo. Okay. Didn't frickin' matter. We never got there. It sure is considering a lot of things. Is Maine in there? Let's find out. Did that go to standard error? How the hell do you do this? I don't fucking know. I hate standard error, guys. Have I ever gone through a phase of rapid game making? Not really. 2 greater than and 1. Okay. Great. Output. Thank you. Maine. We are considering Maine right there. Probably wrong. The wrong name slot or something stupid like that. Wait. Entry point name is empty. Entry point name is empty. That'll do her. Why do I keep doing that there? Hey, it compiled, guys. That's great. We haven't even done nested procedures yet. This procedure is going to have to change, but maybe not. I mean, okay, we'll take out our considering, take out our cowabunga. Actually, let's put in the cowabunga. We'll just see it happen as a little victorious. Victoria's Secret. There it is. Cowabunga. All right. So, that's good. I think we can do this in here. All right. Lambda constants block parent. That's what we're doing. All right. Hopefully that doesn't crash. Yeah. Okay. Next step. Print hello sailor. Didn't work. We are bringing in something that is not accounted for. What is it? We don't know. Line 239. Temporary allocator. That is being stored in well, first of all, it's being used, but it's being stored in the context base, which is different. Like if a lambda is in a struct assignment list, that's a case that we haven't done, right? So I assume that that's where we are. We could find, oh, we can't. We don't really know who did this patch, unfortunately. I don't think. Let's see. I really should in debug save more information. No. We don't know who did this patch, but my theory is it is the following place. It's in... no, it's in runtime support. Wait, nobody uses it there. Oh, it's in the add context somewhere. No. Well, let's just see. It could be. Oh, it's that it's okay. It's probably here. Right. So this we're not doing yet. This is in a data scope. This has to happen in BLive, right? Make scope BLive. Push and flatten. So we resolved an identifier inside the procedure to a constant lambda. I mean, that could be an identifier resolution. I'm not sure. I guess BLive is the wrong place for it because that's just an identifier here. It's when we bind the identifier inside something that is being used. Yeah. Resolve one ident. Okay, we got rid of that. Resolve one ident. We do this, we look up the entry, we decide some things. Okay, ident infer part 2. This is where we wait. Okay. So we're just going to say if you resolve an identifier to the thing, so if there are overloads, Okay. Okay. Lambda type. No, it's not lambda type. It's type. It's just type. Type query's target type is not fully processed. Interesting. Let's actually go for a lower hanging fruit for a second. Let's make sure we can call functions and stuff. Write string is in the runtime support. That compiles, that runs. Okay, we do have very basic, simple programs running. Hey, okay, so not only did that stuff work, we found factorial, other factorial. We're going to make a thing here. So that shouldn't happen. This should happen because it's live. This is live code, and we don't have a this is dead code. So that's great. That is super good. Where did it find write string if you don't include basic? Write string is in, so we don't want to force people to use basic, right? So programs have to compile and run without basic, which is mostly fine, but we have a very small set of things that are used for error reporting internally to the compiler. Those are in this place called runtime support. Runtime support always gets compiled into your program. But it can't fall back on stuff like basic. So to print error messages and stuff, it has these functions for like write string and whatever. So yeah, that's what that is. So write string is in here, or maybe even in preload. Now it's right there. So that is just in every program. Yeah, and you can call all these things. There's not a lot of reason to call write string if you don't have to, but it's there. Is there an option to not include that? No, there isn't. There's no such option. I mean, you might be like, wait, what? But dude, look at the source code for like whatever CRT0.0 your compiler links. It's way bigger than this. This is very minimal. Okay, so we have this basic, actually, we can look at the relative Weissman score just to see that impact. It's not going to be very big here because the Weissman score without dead code elimination is going to include all this stuff anyway, but we can see it happen. So it's 662, or I can turn off dead code elimination. And it should go up by like, I don't know, 15. Not that much. Not falsy. These aren't falsies. There's some compiler options to compile without CRT0. I mean, the thing is, we maybe could do that. We can have an option that's like, look, we don't call into any of those functions. Like for error reporting, so you just won't get anything. I mean, maybe, like if you want to be super minimal embedded, we could do that. It's not a priority right now. Okay, 682. So you can see we have a Weissman score difference between these two programs just by toggling dead code elimination on or off. Now the goal is to get the dead code elimination to work well enough that we could compile it on the game and all the tests and get the Weissman score increase from that. Hopefully we're not that far from that, but it could also be a nightmare slog for some reason. Oh. Like, it's not going to work right now. Yeah. So it's that same thing. Type queries target type is not fully processed. So we're calling type info on something. When we do a value bake, I would have thought, let's just look at that, like just to see what's happening. I would have thought that if we do a value bake, right, we do it with a procedure that came from somewhere. Wait, but that's an enum. Wait, are we actually trying to compile the polymorphic procedure? Oh, requires value bake is different. We're not supposed to compile. Okay. You remember when we were in like pump or whatever, we had. Yeah. I tried to combine requires value bake with polymorphic once, and it really didn't work. Okay, go hot. Okay. That should solve that problemo. Let's go back to here and we'll start trying to get basic in here again. Guys! That is calling print through basic, which is a lot of code. Okay, Weissman score is 4,034 with dead code elimination on. Unfortunately, I don't have a better way to set this for this, but dead code elimination off. Interesting. Let's look at that. Remember the 4,034. So we evaluated something that's procedure type. It's a literal. It's an ident. Like what? $442. Initializer of T. What's the literal? It's a pointer literal. Why? That's a weird one. I'm going to write that down as a thing to clean up later. Initializer of generates a pointer literal, not a lambda. That's not that big of a deal, but I will deal with it for now. Oh, it's null. Right. Okay. Never mind. It's a null pointer, dude. No problem there. Okay. Okay. 6828. 4,034 with dead code removal. 6828 without dead code removal. Okay. Okay. So somehow we broke Sokoban with our new stuff, even with dead code removal turned off. So that's why I ran that. I had a hunch. I was like, but we're getting there. I feel like we're going to be able to make some gains, is what I'm saying, guys. Who knows? Who knows? Attempt to use a variable from an outer stack frame. Closures are not supported. Because it's in a macro, guys. Don't do this to macros. We have this should skip emit. I mean, I could just call this. Lambda is macro expansion. All right, let's just, seems like we got them all. I don't know. Okay. All right. So that is our 347,706 Weissman score, which is about, you know, it fluctuates up and down slightly, but that's where we were. And what we've been doing shouldn't have added anything, and it didn't really. So now we get to turn back on the dead code elimination and see how much it helps. Probably we'll have a number of more errors to deal with before we can compile, but we'll see. And it's questionable, like these do count in the Weissman score because we determined what the score is before starting, but these don't really mean that per function code efficiency has gone up. It means number of functions compiled has gone down, which is good. It's a very good thing for the compiler. It's just slightly different than the other Weissman score lowering techniques that we have been using. Okay. Okay, so the problem here is our meta program didn't ever generate these things. So now I get to figure out what is running in the meta program, if anything. What if I go back here and just at top level say run print do you know how many time zones there are in the Soviet Union? Okay. Maybe that'll run. Maybe it won't. Do you know how many time zones there are in the Soviet Union? It does run. So we could go to first here and go to the run. Process args. We're going to say args is whatever. Probably that'll be fine. We have no args, right? If we do this, we will have args. So that's running correctly. Boy, we got a lot of messages. We didn't get a complete. So why'd we exit? I renamed that one. Okay, let's just print this. I just need to figure out why we are not generating the strings. Phase compilation phase 2. Wait. I want this. I'm a dummy. Type checked all we can. We never get a complete. Wait, we say running 2 user code hooks. Run Sokoban emit. Let's generate texture globals in Sokoban emit. That should, in theory, cause those functions to go live and get run. Let's see if those things run. Maybe they do. Oh. No. I'm wondering if there's a case in which we need to tell the compiler that we actually made progress. I don't think so. Thank you for rating Candyman Criminal. No problem. It's always good to spread it around. Do some raids here, do some raids there. Do some raids all around. Okay. What do I do about this? This is very strange. I can just add some debugging messages that are very temporary to the compiler that say, hey, we parse this run directive or something. Queuing up some more tea for some more brain power. How are you, everybody? Froth, maybe. We need to earn... Okay. We will do chai if we get Sokoban game and all tests passing with dead code elimination turned on. Then we will froth. We will froth. You wonder if the tests compile? Probably some of them do and some of them don't. Let's see. Well, the main frickin' thing doesn't. Let's try running the existing test executable, though. Because that's running the debug compiler on all these tests. Okay. So... a lot of them compile. But MISC doesn't. So we could also chase that. Let's just chase that down. That's an easy little break. And it might illuminate something for us elsewhere. Okay. Apply symbol patches. Lambda, line 23. Operator equals. Interesting. Because it's an overload. I thought that when we resolved overloads, we were queuing the lambda, but maybe we are not. But then no overload would ever work. Is it that it's operator equal, or is it something else, right? Blah parator. Blah parator. Right? What if we do this? Okay, that, oh. That's a resolve polymorph in expression context. I'm going to have to look at where that even happens. Come on. Okay. So that's fine. What about this? That's probably not fine. Yeah. So it has nothing to do with it being an actual operator, so to speak. Sounds like a no froth night. What do you mean? Dude, we've made so many gains today. How can you doubt? I remember where this is. Nope. Nope. Okay, so this... Okay, that's a polymorph, though. These might be unnecessary. So there's a different overload set resolve when it's not against polymorph. No. Maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah. Well, we could do this. Oh, we're already doing that file. So we can go to this assignment. No, this assignment, the blah operator assignment. Wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. Okay. Check assignable. Oh, that's not going to be a problem. Shut up over here. What? Just never show me that. Okay. It is an assignment. We do check that types match. Mammity bam. Then we do check that types match. Okay. Isn't this where I was? I guess so. So we get our matches. Okay. So this is just like where I edited, except not. Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, okay. I just didn't look far enough down. Whoops. Something like that. Hey. Okay. Probably won't help with the main game, but we're getting further. All right, well, one of the things I wrote down on my paper was make sure that things we put in type info count as referenced. And then later I was like, it seems to be working. Maybe that's already handled somewhere else, but nope. Let's do that. Well, all right. All right, everybody. Licorice plus this tea tastes weird. Let me just put that out there. Tastes weird. Tastes weird. Weird. I just opened my email. Okay. Licorice does taste weird, but it has weird combinations with other foods. Okay. What do we do here? Licorice is poisonous. Well, so is water. Water is pretty poisonous. Okay. So, oh, it's copy expression to global data. I thought we did this here, though, didn't we? But it's a lambda. Lambda is referenced. Okay. So maybe that's not the problem. Maybe it's just coincidentally in type info. I don't know. Okay, so we want to look for param contains circular dependencies. Circular. Okay. Interp. Arrow pipes. Pss, 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 pss. Okay, so there's some things hanging back here. Probably waiting for something that never queued. Yeah, well, there's this. What is this? Why is that? Oh, maybe that outputted actually. Okay, hold on. Sleepers 0, 2, sleepers 0, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What are we waiting for here? We're in pipe run. We're waiting for someone to be able to run. That someone is line 1016 of compiler. The plot thickens. Get type table. Oh. It's compile time, but we don't actually want to check because it has an implementation. Okay. Okay. Come on, silly. There we go. Let's see if we can build the tests. We can. We can. So anybody who imported compiler was failing because of that. Again, very easy bug. These are all easy bugs so far. These are all bugs that just come from, oh, I forgot to think about this one particular case, which there's a lot of little cases because it's a programming language with a lot of details, right? But fixing any individual of these hasn't been hard, and it hasn't even been hard to figure out what's going wrong, which is great. That's when you can be productive, is when you're not like stuck debugging forever. Look at all the tests, guys. Oh, all right. Well, we were doing great till I jinxed it. Let's find out if we can do the game, though. So how to 012 temporary storage. Okay, we can't do the game. More things seem to be filled, though. All right. Do beta testers currently need Visual Studio installed for linking on Windows? They need a redistributable that we provide, I think. Yeah, it's weird that more stuff is running. But that just, like, that's actually why I turned around. Oh, I got Sokoban Emit where? Oh, right there. Yeah. So that's why I turned around and went for the tests, because sometimes if things are isolated, they're easier to debug, right? Rather than like, why are these run directives not running? So the reason they weren't running is they were just stuck in the pipe waiting on things. So generate texture globals is stuck in the pipe, but it might be stuck for the same reason why this doesn't work, although maybe not. Okay. Wait, is it? Yeah, this is just all the key map procs, which is a different. We like didn't see the key map proc. So yeah, somebody is waiting. We'll be able to find that though. The nice thing about having fixed at least one of these is there's way less spam now if we want to look at the compiler state, because like if there are 3 or 4 unrelated issues that all have many nodes that are trying to get through and are broken, that's like hard to figure out what's going on. But if there's just 1 or 2 things, it's easier. Okay, temporary storage. Apply symbol patches. All right. Line 201 of 012 temporary storage. It's a polymorphic constant. But probably this is an instance of that somebody type matched. Probably. Polymorph source lambda. Yeah, so this has been polymorphed. And then somehow I mean, I guess we should just say make lambda from proposal. We say lambda is referenced interp new lambda null. I mean, that makes... I guess I wanted to stay away from that, but we could do that. There you go. That's actually should be fine because we don't actually make the lambda until we want it. We used to make lambdas regardless of if we use them, but there were reasons why we had to do that. Well, that's the tests. Game still doesn't totally go. But I think it's a matter of time now, guys. Oh, no, you know what it is, guys? This is something I didn't think about. Okay. It's actually working as the system is working correctly. Sort of. I'm not sure why we never generate a key map, but so the point is the following. We have this register command. And all of these functions are dead code, actually, because nobody calls them. The only time they get called is when the metaprogram generates a function that calls these. But the metaprogram won't generate that function, I think because it looks for lambda bodies right now. We might have to change that. That's my theory, anyway. Let's see. let's see. Let's see. Closing in on mega gains. Watch me do all this, and it results in like massive negative gains for some mysterious reason. That could happen. Okay, let's look at how this does it. Developer key map, gameplay key map. I mean, we should get the procedure. Okay. So this isn't user code hooks. This is something that we're putting in from the outside. And we do that when we say generate code for commands. Doing it doing it. Okay. Generate code for commands. Let me see. Is this the right folder? Updated 7:49 p.m. Sure seems like it. Okay, so can I find these things in there? Register. There's no register keymap procs. Why not? The entity stuff is here. There's no keymap stuff. But you said you were doing it. So what's the deal? Oh, all commands available. Okay, that's the problem. All commands available checks bodies. Because we let there be comments in the bodies. You know what we should do? Regardless, we should give you a way to say that a procedure's live. All right, we'll try that. So Compiler make procedure live. So there's this thing where we look inside the procedure for like comments and stuff, like this help comment. This won't get compiled if this is dead code. But we're waiting for it to get compiled so that we can look for this and generate it, right? So, okay. Is it only register command? Probably. Probably. Okay. So now I have to make this thing exist. What is going on? I can't type. That's what. Make procedure live or live. You could make it live. That's fine too. All right. How do I get the lambda? Oh, from this. Yeah. Compiler make procedure live. Okay, so we do this, we do this. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this just calls lambda is referenced other interp lambda no, just like that. Okay. Oh, we need to do the find. Okay. Yeah. Declaration passed into compiler make procedure live was not a procedure declaration. What? I probably just type it. I really didn't pay that much attention to what I was doing right there. Oh, is it header, right? It's probably header. a procedure header. Can we get a header from exported? Because we don't have a body. Oh my goodness. This doesn't seem like such a good idea. Like, why don't I just do that here? Okay. 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 So procedure header and then we set that. Code procedure header. I put a lambda. What dost thou? Oh, it's this one. Talk about Willis. Well, everybody, check out that Weissman score. If that is not the world record Weissman score in the Guinness Book of World Records, I don't know. You were here. You were here. Yes, we've been doing dead code elimination. So if you compile fewer procedures because you're not going to run them, then you're generating fewer bytecode instructions, right? That only makes sense. What the Now do Benny test. Okay. Yeah, it's a good idea. We definitely should do Benny test. I mean, is there a compiler speed up? A good question. There might be a little bit of one, but as always, it's weird because, the compiler runs faster without streaming and stuff, but we'll check. What are we dumping? I could even remove the extra printing that we put in the meta program. Sokoban 552. So that's the dump. And then I kind of like these actually long term, but for now, for similarity, we'll take them out. Yeah, we've never really had much in the way of post 0.6, right? Or pre 0.6. So that should also actually make the LLVM build a little faster. I actually don't know what it is. Let's test what it is with dead code elimination on versus off, because I think it might be substantial. So LLVM time is like 2.01 to 2.02, right? I'm just going to toggle it here, even though we could do it because we have a meta program. We could do it in our meta program, but actually, I should, because this is a new feature, I should temporarily add a command line option to default it. I should ship it to true just to make sure we test it, but I should default it to false. Or sorry, default it to true, but give people a command line option to easily set it to false if they have a problem. Okay, so that's with dead code elimination on for LLVM. This is off with LLVM. So it's 0.6 seconds faster. No, wait, no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong number. Okay, this is weird. I guess link is slower. Front end time is slower. And LLVM time is slower. Right, so we're like 0.15 to, we're about 0.2 seconds total, yeah. Around there, off the full compiler speed. Because we're feeding less stuff to the linker, we're feeding less stuff to LLVM, and we're generating less stuff. So like this is, right, this is still with dead code elimination. We did 2 with dead code elimination here, right? And then here's one without. So it's 2.9 to 3.12. It's like 0.16 seconds, which is, of about 3 seconds, right? That's 5% speed up on the full time, which ain't nothing. It's not massive, but you keep doing 5% speed ups and pretty soon it's real money. But really, so actually, let me put in the command line option, and then we can very easily toggle can very easily toggle with the game and see just percentages and stuff. So, okay. So okay. Okay, so if I build first, we're going to build with dead code elimination. And total time 1.03. That's including the link and all. Linker is pretty close to half now, by the way, if you're keeping score. Okay, no dead code elimination, 1.10. 1.11. So it's 0.6 seconds off the front end time, which is, 15 or 13%. It is a little bit, 0.005 off x64, which is, like 4%, something like that. Yeah, no, it's significant. Do the empty program with and without import basic. That's going to be we did that early on. Those numbers are going to be the same. They were like 600 and 800 or whatever. Should be called extra gains. Okay, let's actually figure out our lines of code per second, right? So our conservative, which is 96598, and again, I'm going to exclude link time because we can't, that's not us. We can't do anything about that. So divided by this, we'll save 0.583, right? 96598 divided by 0.583. So we do 166,000 lines per second if you don't count blank lines and comments. But everybody counts blank lines and comments. So we could do 149,164 divided by 0.583. So we're up to 256, which is 1/4 of the goal. With dead code removed. We did that though. We had dead code removal working very early on that program. It's just we had to fix all those other bugs to make it work on bigger programs. The thing to keep in mind is everything in runtime support and the preload doesn't get dead code removed. Oh, okay. I mean, we can do it again real fast, right? Because now, all right. So, well, we've got our other factorial as well. Okay, let's not call basic. We're going to do that. We're calling write string. So if we don't call basic, Oh, we need debug compilers so we get our Weissman score. I assume you mean instructions and not time. Because I guess, or is it time that you were asking about? Okay. So 662, to do this program with dead code elimination, if we do no DCE, 682. If we import BASIC now and use print a little bit, then with dead code elimination, it's 4185. Without, it's 6848. So like for a little program that's using print or whatever, it's pretty substantial. This might be the single biggest day of Weissman score improvement, right? We're almost we're 26K today. I don't think we swung 26K on any other day. Yeah, we're gonna do chai. I need to I drank a lot of tea, so I'm just gonna chill for a second, but we're gonna reward ourselves with some chai. This is a good day. I do want to do a couple things in a higher quality way, actually. So we'll do the initial check-in, because that way of me flagging the entry point was not particularly good. Import BASIC without print. Does it remove BASIC completely? Good question. Right. Okay, that's a good point. So if we do dead code elimination, it's 4185. We're calling print, right? So if we, hopefully it's smaller. 4125. How is it only 60 instructions smaller? That has me suspicious that something isn't totally working, which might mean we could get more gains. How far do I think I can push single core performance? I mean, we haven't even really started profiling in a long time. So I don't know. We could probably, there's probably some dumb stuff we could get rid of. Yeah, the game and all the tests are compiling. Let's do LLVM tests, just in case something goes wrong there. Uh-oh. I see a problem. Okay. Why didn't we see this before? Did I miss it? Did it just not happen? Okay. So this is the chess program. And it is making a library. I guess for now, we should turn off dead code elimination on libraries because I don't really know what to do about that. I don't know why we didn't catch that before. All right. Let's say all right. Let's do that. Nope, wrong compiler. Wrong compiler. So probably those things should be marked program export or something, and that should solve the problem, but they might, okay, so the thing is they might be using a def file or something to export. Why didn't that work? You know what? I wonder if there's something weird about that test where like it uses the library from the last run or something stupid. Because like, why did it pass the first time? No, no such luck. That's very weird. Like, I'm confused. If I do the debug compiler, does it work? Why would that be? Or is it, oh, is it the LLVM? It's LLVM versus x64, isn't it? Yeah, that worked, it looks like, right? I mean, it's spammy, but if I do this, okay. Did I do something in the x64 backend that is not in the LLVM backend? Right. So actually, maybe I don't need this because those symbols are exported. x64. Let's just see what I did. I vaguely remember doing something. Good thing I ran the, or is it in ObjWriter? Let's just, messages, polymorph. There's nothing in the back end. So what's going on there? How did I get the intuition that 1 million lines per second is doable? I just know how fast computers are. Like way more than one. If you made a C compiler, it could go at way more than 1 million lines a second. It's like the only reason I picked a relatively low goal like that is because this language has more complicated things it's trying to do that are slower. Road to 200. I don't think we're making 200, guys. There is one more thing I might be able to do. But it is not going to get us 200. Let me just, because what's going through my mind is how to explain the feature to the beta people. Let me go do that, and then we'll come back and figure out what's wrong there. How much of gains did we get? Let's see if Sokoban works with the LVM. Oh yeah, it does. We know that. Although, I don't think we ran it. Why did that take the same amount of time? What's going on there? What? Did I accidentally turn it? Oh, you know, I think that if statement that I put in for a minute, I must have screwed it up, and it's basically including everything. Okay, that's better. So these should be different now. Yeah. So that if statement that I put, I had only recompiled the debug compiler since I commented that back out. So this is like 2.44 to 2.63. It's about a 8%, I don't know. 2.45 divided by 2.63. This is about a 7%. Let's run them again. 2.47. 2.60. That's less. We'll call it, let's run one more. 2.45 2.70. That's more than 7%. So 7% is probably a good middle, right? 2.45 divided by 2.71. That's 9. We're going to call it 7. About 7% on the Sokoban. As well as the x64 backend. What are our gains on the Sokoban game? So 0.58 to 0.65, right? That's about 11%. We might have got lucky. 0.58, 0.6, let's do 3 digits. 0.584 divided by 0.648. It's about 10%. We'll call it 10%. About 10% on the Sokoban game. This is good. Yeah, the 0.9, the 10% roll I was counting as lucky because we'd had a less than 7% right before that. Not as much less as that was more, but yeah. Okay. Let me get rid of no check-in. Oh, no, we shouldn't check this in yet. Let's get rid of no check-ins, but we still have a problem to solve. Oh. Okay. Question mark? Okay. So what's this other no check-in? Oh. Yeah. Do this better is going to be the tag for that. Do this better. All right. All right. This is good, though. This is good. Do I have something that gives me a rundown of my comment tags? No, they're just there. Like sometimes I write one, like in these cases, I also wrote the tag down on this piece of paper for me to follow up on. But yeah. Generally, yeah. Because these all are things that I'm planning to do in the short term future. But that, like, I need to do something else first, right? Which is I need to fix this LLVM problem. So I don't get it, honestly. What would be different? I'm just going to run all the tests on LLVM backend, which will take a little longer, but I want to see if an assertion goes off or something. Like the only one I can think of is the consider program export thing, right? But like that should not be backend. Backend specific. Wait, this was before, I mean, that could be a problem. I don't know why that would be different on backends. Doesn't seem like it should. But hey, everybody, guess what? It's Miller time. It's like that was the first one that I did. So I did it with a flag and not thinking about various things. That could be, that's a fairly complicated compilation process. So it might just be that things are happening. It's like a user level meta program that's being driven by events, and maybe the events, because the timing is different due to the different backend, are happening in a different order. Things like that occur. Trust me, I've had to deal with memory for 20 years, just use Java. Otherwise, it's a nightmare. Disagree. 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 Okay. It's Miller time, guys. Oh, we want to do a Benny test, right? And we really shouldn't check in till we do that and run the editor, because this is a major change. I want to run some of the console commands, make sure they work. But because we're just so happy, we could start up the ChiCam during the Benny test. Maybe we'll like shrink the ChiCam. I know it's sacrilege, but we could shrink the ChiCam a little bit so that the Benny test also, like, we're just going to have a lot of things happening today. We've got Weissman scores. We've got chai cams. We're going to have Benny testing. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. In the membrane. Oh, that's really blowing the camera out. I thought that would help. It's not. It's not helping. Camera really, maybe the frame rate on the camera is too low to track the milk is what's happening. What's the size of the release binary now? Good question. Also, what's the size of the debug binary built by x64? I want to know. That's how big it is. I don't remember if this was... That's probably ours. Let's see. Whoops. I accidentally compiled again. Yeah. So this was 18 megabytes a week ago. Or something. Maybe a little more than a week. But, yeah, 20%. Almost. You see lots of fails. Is that okay? Yes, we expect around 54 fails. This is actually a rousing success. Isn't it cool? Like, you can see the light on my shirt as the game changes. And then, like, when it flashes. Well, it won't flash for a little bit because of this, but like eventually, there we go. You can see the flashes on me and they're out of sync with the video because of camera lag. Flashbang out. All right, well, we Benny tested successfully with all our gains, which proves we deserve the Weissman score that we got. We're in the editor. We're doing things. It's great. We're in the command console. I can go like help. I can go like select all. I can go like... I don't know. I don't want to do anything dangerous. Level Bardstone test. Boom. IDKFA. We haven't put that one in. This has been a very auspicious and successful day. Yeah. So all that's left for this beta, we might do a little bit more gains. There is one more item on the gains, but I don't want to do it tonight. I want to take a break tonight and celebrate victory. So we might do the last gains thing tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Also, there's these things that I did. We might do the last gains thing tomorrow. And then maybe there's 2 extra gains things. But the point being, maybe there's 3 gains things. How did I write down the changes I'm going to do before doing them? I just thought about what I would want to do. How does that 18 FPS level run? Good question. The problem is we've got the Chai Cam up now too, and I don't know how that affects the frame rate, but we'll see. It probably is still 18, and the reason is because these newest Weissman gains, yeah, it's 17, 18. These newest Weissman gains are not per function efficiency gains. They're just subtracting out code that wasn't being used anyway. So that shouldn't have an effect on the frame rate, actually. But gains that I would do tomorrow are more likely to do that. Almost 100K gains, yeah. Wait, no, it's more than 100K gains. What are you talking about? It's 108. Yeah, it really kicked in. It was good. We really got a good Weissman score. What ideas do I have for those more gains? Okay. Sometimes we generate value to value copies, and we have a system in the compiler for preventing that, but it's not kicking in some cases, and there might be one or two cases where we can hit that'll save the majority of those. So that's just things like, hey, I want to make something for the declaration of X. I decided that the register that it should go in is so-and-so. But then I went and did this eval and it ended up somewhere else in a different register. And then we just do a register to register copy, and we should be able to eliminate that. Second one is this thing where at the end of a function, we emit an extra return with possibly extra scope closing things and stuff. And I don't think we had the horsepower. I tried to fix this one a few days ago, and I don't think we had sufficient horsepower for it, but I think we probably do now. What was the third one? With string literals, which get used a lot in programs, when we output one, we sort of do a copy, which is not necessary, I don't think. Is it still relevant to have 32-bit software? On a desktop PC, no. On a phone, no. On an embedded system, sure. There are lots of smaller, lower power CPUs for which 32-bit makes sense still. Guys, I just want to say, I've been working really hard on this compiler. I mean, for years first, but especially this past week and a half, whatever, since I got back from Hawaii. But also really, especially since mid-December. And it just feels really good to have all this stuff happen. I really can't explain the degree to which it is nice. Hard work feels good when you see the payoff. I've done good programming. I've done good game design and stuff. I've done a lot of programming for games, but in terms of overall software quality, relative to how complicated it is, this is the best thing that I've done programming wise. And so I'm very happy with that. There's still a lot more to do. Oh man, there's a lot more to do, but the quality really, or the just tremendous improvements. How am I looking for the gains? I just have some ideas. Like I've been working on this compiler for a long time, and I just know, first of all, I just know what's not good. But then secondly, you can do dumps of the bytecode, right? Or I made the dumps nicer enough again last week that you can actually read them, and you can just see what is getting output and the ways in which it's inefficient and go from there. You can actually, the VODs are online. So if you wanted to see that process happen, you could go look. Just look on the videos page for anything that has this Weissman score box here, right? Because we only started doing that last Wednesday, I think. And I probably explained the process more in the beginning, and you could see how it started probably. Started today in a job that just sucks and you have no idea how you're going to make it go. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's weird. Like, I think some people have never been in a situation where they actually can work all out on something and they're happy they're doing it and they're proud of the result. Like when you get the opportunity to do that, it is really nice. It is really nice. You've never worked hard in your life? Well, good news, you're still alive. So you could change that, but you kind of need to know what's the right thing to do. The boss just wanted crappy software out the door as quick as possible. Yeah, I mean, just try not to work in that kind of a job. If you need a job and that's the main one you can get, just look on the side. You know, just keep your options open. Girlfriends have always had that almost weekend or workday almost over thing going. Yeah. Might be soon time for compiler progress report summary. No, we're not doing those anymore. They got abused, so we don't do them. We're just blasting full speed ahead, putting effort into the compiler itself. Do I worry about the size of my market? What market? We're giving out this language for free. Yeah, I mean, what happens is other people, again, I've talked about this too many times, but other people make their programming language by like copying a lot of the features that I do in those presentations and like trying to fast follow. And of course, usually the implementations or even the semantics are not nearly as good, but like they use them as like hype fuel. And I'm just not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to give people fuel to shoot at me with, right? So, yeah. It's a bummer because I know that people liked those updates, but eh. You mean for commercial projects, i.e. in my case, video games? I mean, I worry a little bit about it, but I mean, the market for video games, like the number of people who could buy your video game is basically infinite compared to the size of audience that a small indie studio needs. So, yeah. Moving through more betas towards a release, are there any crucial features I already know I'm missing? Or is it mostly just tightening up? I mean, there's a few features, but they're getting smaller and smaller. I assume you mean for the compiler. Like, I wanted to do some data flow analysis. We're doing some data flow analysis now. Not that much, but we have the structure in place for it, so it should be good. I mean, there's the library thing that I talked about on the beta stream a while back. But yeah. What happens if I get hit by a bus? Then I'm very unhappy in life. Thoughts on Amazon Elastic situation? I do not know what that is. Do I ever worry there will be modern people? Yeah, that's inevitable, unfortunately. It's just you hope that you can push the culture forward enough. So firstly, do they somehow take over or not? And hopefully you can stave off them taking over until after I'm dead. But then there's, do they manage to destroy the thing? And probably, right? Like things that are good for subtle and hard to understand reasons generally don't survive succession for very long. Sometimes they do. So you just kind of have to hope that you can do enough good before it gets destroyed by the modern language people. Do I worry about losing my job to AI programmers? No, I do not. Elasticsearch distributes their database under license terms that allows AWS to do that. Well, look, like, oh, I think I read something about this. This is the 700th thing where open source people license things under some terms and then get upset later when people comply with the terms of their license. Like, guys, if you want something, like, if you want something in return for your work, then ask for that thing. You know what I mean? Like, you can't like say, here's free stuff, and then get upset when people don't give you things that you didn't ask for in return for your free stuff. Like, it's so silly. Elasticsearch is also a trademark. Well, that's a little bit of a weird situation because it's not like they're claiming to sell Elasticsearch, right? They're claiming to sell things that use this thing that you know what it is called Elasticsearch. And I am not sure what that means legally. Like what's an example? Like say I'm a reseller of cars. Like I'm a used car lot, right? And I say, we specialize in selling you Toyotas. It's like, yeah, Toyota is a trademark, but that doesn't mean I can't say that. It's a different thing, right? Like I could call my dealership, Joe's Used Toyotas or something, because that's what it is. And it's legal to do that, I'm pretty sure. Legally, that would be nominative usage of a trademark. Yeah, I don't know what that means in terms of consequences, but it sounds like I wouldn't get upset about that. It doesn't sound reasonable to get upset about that. It's like, look, somebody else makes a product called Elasticsearch. We use that to do stuff, and we're telling you that we use that to do stuff. Like that seems fine, right? Oh, they forked Elasticsearch, so it's probably a violation of the trademark if it's a derivative work. I mean, it probably depends on what the license says. I don't know. This is outside of my area of expertise. If you sold a service called Google whatever search, you'd be in a lot of trouble. But that's because Google didn't give you a license to redistribute their product. It's a different situation. Toyotas with gains. That would be a good shop. All right. What do I do tonight? I think I just try to do a little bit better job. I almost just want to go to bed, but lazy lambda queuing is in exclamation points. That's really good, guys. I don't know what else to say about that. I might have to update Sokoban. Sync with lazy lambda queuing. Let me get rid of anything. So that's just a dump, right? That's just a dump. Oh, it's everything not in first, right? So, whoops, first actually has changes. Changes. Okay. Ba-boom. Ba-boom. Wait, what was there? Just a wee white space change. It's another dump. And the formatting, we'll keep those. Oh, wait, we want opposite. First, undo. Bam. Are there already features that you don't use in C++ or not? Oh, yeah, there have been for a long time. We do crazy amounts of things that C++ cannot do. It's a much more powerful programming language. Ever play an escape room? No, I've preemptively avoided escape rooms because I'm pretty sure I'll be mad at the puzzles. What are my thoughts on function currying? Useless. I mean, not completely useless because we have compile time currying kind of thing in this language, but it is not useless. It is not useful in the way that university people tell you it is. Okay. All right. I want to do a little bit of a thing on this. There's a little bit of a weird situation where, oh yeah, I got this. I got this clause inverted because I was stupid. Anyway. Um, yeah. Okay, so we're going to do this. Let's make sure that that did not break anything. Our compile speeds are so good. It's almost like I'm using a computer from 1990. Okay. Okay. Okay, we already know lambda name is not null. All right, this is actually probably not that bad. I'm okay with this for now, because it only applies to procedures in your root namespace. I will put down on the list that maybe maybe we allow : Why did Amigas never catch on? I mean, they did. The problem is, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Yeah, like Commodore was a disaster, I think, the company, and threw away what they had. Amiga did not have memory protection. Neither did DOS machines. Neither did Apple's. Well, thank you everybody for coming by. I think we're going to raid someone now. I am tired. Like, streaming takes it out of me. I don't know how these guys who play Escape from Tarkov for 12 hours a day can do it. It makes me tired. This was a really good day. The compiler's in a really good spot now. Again, I still have to go through the mailbag and do bug fixes, and maybe we'll do some of that tomorrow. But we're going to ship this beta, and it's like, it's got so much stuff. This is like the biggest beta change list ever, probably. If not by number of lines, then certainly by magnitude. It's the biggest beta change list ever. And it's only been 10 days since the last beta. It's crazy. It's crazy. Our Weissman score is going to get us in the Guinness Book of World Records. That's amazing. Like, it's been such a good day. Will it be feature complete when we go to open beta? I don't know. I haven't planned open beta yet. We'll see. Has the changelog public? Not really. This just goes out to beta testers. It's pretty long. I mean, you would get bored reading it. It's 1,000 lines. All right. Let's find some science and technology to hand you off to. We did Strager recently. I don't know. Does anyone have suggestions of what would be a very good programming stream? Is that looks like probably just map building?
Or RPG, or a platform. It was either a platform or an RPG.
He's got some C# open, so we could go there. Doesn't look like he's working that hard right now, but Critter no, I'm not rating non-programming. All right. We're either going to do Lua auto commands or code and vibe. We'll do this. All right. Thanks, everyone, for coming by. And we'll see you later.